Manitoba Derby. It's Matt's broken foul back to Bonanza down the rail. Mr. Expedient. Deep stretch approaching the wire, and it's going to be Smuggler's Hold to take the 2009 Manitoba Lottery Derby. To the outside, Statchis continues to go on with it, and Statchis is going to pull the upset. He's drawing away to win the Manitoba Lottery Derby. Caboose, Hammers pull it, the Calgary trying to battle back, but Winnipeg is the 16 pole. Sky Promise is gonna take in the Derby. Oil money, he can't go around it. It's the unusual Mongolian win. Takes the 72nd running of the Manitoba Derby. West Princess very far outside. Yeah, baby, she is gonna do it.
The Manitoba Jockey Club acknowledges that we are on Treaty 1 territory and that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Ojibwe, Dakota, and Dene peoples, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this land.
And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries, day 42 on the racing calendar. Quick look back at yesterday's racing action. Who was hot? Well, jockey Chavi and Chow was. He had 2 wins on the card. That creeps him closer to second as jockey Jorge Carreño is on top with 52. Ronaldo Cumberbatch with 34, and now Chavi and Chow with 30. On the trainer's side, Jerry Gorno still up by 11 on Jared Brown, with Shelley Brown 15 off the pace in third. Stretch on yesterday's racetrack, not speed kind, let's say, as only one horse did go wire to wire, but there was a bunch of heated duels on the front end. But we'll see how that plays out for today. What did you see?
Yeah, that's a really good point on that. That's if you have the duel, no matter what kind of surface, or they're not gonna stick around. I'll start with well, we ended off with some fireworks in the last race.
Did we ever?
We had the highest pick 4 of the year, payout at $27,000. A couple winners in there, and then we had the high 5 go again. It seemed like it was just last week that it went for the $78,000. It went for $23,000. Again, it went somewhere in a U.S. account or betted in U.S. funds. So congrats to the big winners there. Figuring out a very tough puzzle for sure.
No doubt about it.
We called. It's interesting. We called the duel, and then we just, you had a closer and I had a closer, and they didn't pan out. But what's impressive about the winner is the horse came from the outside when all the other ones, the rest of the race, a lot were coming up the rail. So really mark that horse down, because of it's a horse that went against the bias, at least what I thought, when the rail was kind of the golden rail. And those are the type of horses that win back. You said, oh, $86 and it must have been a fluke. Well, I don't know. We're going to have to find out, because of that against the bias on the outside for sure. So a couple things we've learned and we've talked about is start to fade some of the horses that have had a lot of tough races. We saw that yesterday, that have a long meet, ran really tough. And then the other ones that had a few starts, maybe had one good race or so, kind of like In the Deep that we touched on, ran a big race. So it's going to be, well, that's going to be what I'm looking for. We've got some bigger fields. I don't think the pick 5's going to, or the pick 4 is going to pay $27,000, but it's still going to pay.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We didn't think it was going to be that high. Victoria Morse did have that winner. That was her first winner as a trainer, and great job by her getting the horse ready. And for Tyrone Nelson for keeping it out of trouble on the outside. Flash of Glory, who did run second, was in a world of trouble trying to get through at the head of the lane. Antonia Whitehall was checking like crazy, and that'll be a replay that we will be showing next time Flash of Glory does run. All right, let's kick off the card here with a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-3 lifers. They're going to go 7 furlongs. And Stretch, I see the same pick, and I'm not surprised.
Not surprised. Just thanks for bringing up the Flash of Glory, which I did have on some tickets. But
yeah, no problem.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Today's
we're alive to Rail Splitter.
I was there. Yes,
good. I was paying $1,000.
Yes, for sure. And anyway, I had the 9 on a few. Anyway, nobody cares.
I couldn't even hit the dartboard yesterday. So let's get back and try and hit some winning tickets today.
New day. We start over. Yes, I have been waiting for this horse to run, come back and run 2 turns. That's the key to this horse. I haven't actually bet him to win, or I've used him maybe 2nd or 3rd in the money only. But the last couple races have been so good. So now not only do I get the rail speed going 7 furlongs, there's not even that much speed to go with him. There is a little bit, but when this horse gets the front end, he is super tough. I don't think I'm going to get the 50-1 I got a couple years ago on him when he won. But
definitely not.
Probably not. Well, you're picking him and your crew follows you. So that's my top selection, and as it is yours. We'll go back to the 3 is my second selection. Has won back-to-back efforts. I think that's about kind of the max of where he's going to sit, but he is sharp. So if the 1 gets in a duel, then the horse certainly can be there. Like I talked about in the intro about playing the sharp or the gamer horses right now. And then the 5 is kind of the check grabber that picks up checks, kind of closes a little bit late. Again, if there is no duel, he's probably running 3rd or so. If there is a duel, if somebody goes after the 1, then maybe can move up a placing. So 1-3-5 for me.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think double time, the inside speed in here. And when double time makes the front end, this horse is double tough. It had a couple times double duels and survived it for the win. The only other horse with early speed is Peb, and the only reason Peb showed it last time out is that there wasn't a lot of speed in the race at all, so it went to the front and tried to steal it. Didn't work out too well. I think he's going to be in a stalking role, so I like double time, straight gate to wire. King Wit, 2 big races in a row, a little erratic in all 3 of them, but this horse knows how to run and just keeps getting in trouble down the lane, but runs really well. 2 wins and a second, beaten by a lip at the wire 3 outs ago. So this is my second selection. And number 5 here, Rose on Easter, ran against Young Flint last time out. Nobody was beating that horse. And this horse ran a very game second place effort. It's got to hope that the 1 and 2 really go knock hard on the front end to have any chance of the win at all. But I'm with Stretch, 1, 3, and 5. Now we're going to carry on to race number 2 at $10,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-3 lifers, or 12-5 for non-2 lifers. And they're again going the 7 furlong distance Stretch. And then we again have the same top pick.
Yes, it's a compact field with certainly strategy involved in here. I'm going to the 4 because I've liked how this how he's looked the last 2 times. It's just so impressive. He won 2 back, but I thought last race was just as good. Basically battled some of the tougher allowance horses on the ground and was very competitive. So has the potential controlling speed. There could get some other pressure, but if they let this horse go, watch out. Ran in the Manitoba Derby last year and did okay against some of obviously the best 3-year-olds on the ground. So that's kind of the key for me, just all of those angles there. So put it on top. Obviously, the 5 certainly can win this race. There's no doubt. Last race was his best race of the year by far. It wasn't even close. If he does run back to that race, will be tough to beat. It's just kind of, is he going to have to press the 4? Are they going to duel? Is he going to sit back? That's why it's the strategy is everything of just how they're going to go, and that happens in such a small field in there. So I'm really curious just how this is going to go. Good race for only 5 horses for sure. I threw the 3 in there as kind of my upset. I was between the 2 and the 3. I just thought the 3 likes the distance, can sit back. If the 4 and 5 just kind of go around together, the best placing is 3rd for this horse. If there's a duel, who knows, maybe a big upset if you get an all-out duel. So I'll go 4-5-3.
Yeah, I don't see a duel in here. Euro Silver Bids, that race 2 outs ago, absolutely lights out, running down in 111 and change. Last time out in a first level allowance, that was insanely tough and not disgraced. Only got beat by 6 in the end. This is way easier than that race. This horse has 6 furlong speed where Perciability has route speed. So I think Euro Silverbiz goes right to the front, and Perciability is the stalker in here with Timely Ruckus not too far away, probably in third. But I see the 4 and 5 just running around the racetrack together with Euro Silverbiz hanging on. And then my rallier is Timely Ruckus, but not a big rallier. I think he's just going to sit third every step of the way. He has more speed than Runaway Hurricane and Jax Willie, so he's going to inherit the third spot. And I think he just sticks around. The last time he did go around 2 turns, that was against Himmelstein, and there's no way he was going to beat Himmelstein in there. And there was a pile of early speed. Tried to go after him, ended up beating double digits. I don't see him going after the lead. I see him just sitting and keeping his position, running around the racetrack. So that's how I came up with 4, 5, and 2. Now we're going to carry on to race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. That carryover over $320,000 for this allowance race. 4 2-year-old maidens. They're going to go 5 furlongs. Scratch number 9, Private Frank. Still 10 of them, Stretch.
Yes.
What do you got?
Biggest 2-year-old field of the year. Yeah, 10. Looking exciting to see this many 2-year-olds running at this time of the year. There's going to be a big favorite in here for sure. Yesterday, there was a big one, and we both selected, and the horse didn't disappoint.
Russian Pearl.
Russian Pearl. I think this is a bit of a different case in here, so I'm going to try to beat him. So we're going to start with the 4. We saw yesterday there was a horse that only had 1 start and had big improvement. Ran a nice second yesterday and basically almost showed nothing. This horse showed some nice speed early and now adds blinkers and potentially.
Actually, there's no blinkers on today.
Okay, thank
It's
you.
on the change sheet.
Okay, well, we better stay
Might
tuned.
want to look at it. It's right there. Just help me out, buddy.
I appreciate that.
That's okay.
Throw out the blinker angle. I still think the horse can improve on that. As mentioned, horses are improving at least 3 to 5 points, and I think if this horse does do that, you've got to consider, especially the morning line of 10 to 1, because they are going to overbet the 7. So for me, it's definitely worth a shot to keep going. I do have to talk about the 7. Has run some very good races. Lost it to a couple real good horses, 2 and 3 back. No excuses there. The what race that bothers me is that last race. The numbers regressed, went off at 45 cents on the dollar. I don't think the horse should have lost in that race, and so that kind of worries me. I don't know how much more improvement again, and I think the others ones will. And then the 5 is my last one in case there's a battle. Could have almost been my top selection. I'll let Kirt take the credit on here. The key here is he's going to tell you the same thing, but I want to get some credit in here of about that awesome, nice gallop out. The horse seemed to figure it out about the 8th pole and then to the 16th pole and ended up flying by the Indio Prairie Drifter in that race. So if there is the battle, watch out, 475.
Yeah, I do see a battle between the 4 Carpiquet and the 7 Prairie Drifter. So that's why I did go to number 5 Viral. And even after the race, me and Stretch kind of joked around, oh, here's a horse that we'll like next time. Obviously, Stretch forgot about that because this horse was so impressive coming down the lane. And it was gaining ground without the jockey even pushing because there was no shot it was going to be in the photo. But it was gaining ground so good with the jockey just sitting there. If they get a little bit closer than they did last time out, this horse showed such a good kick. Stephen Gaskin had one yesterday, second time. First time, got beat by double digits and ran great against Russian Pearl to run second. So I think this horse will improve, and it shows that it loves to run, and that last race so impressed me. I'm going to take it on top. I do like Prairie Drifter. Beaten by I Love My Life, undefeated. Adjournment, lost to the undefeated Lady Cop, running second. So that's no disgrace either. And I think that mechanic Susie that did beat it last time, watch out. That might just be a little good Manitoba bred also, as our breed program is absolutely stellar this year, as they've won 7 out of the 8 baby races so far. It's been all about the breeds. Let's talk a little bit about the first-time starters. Number 1, Sugar Daddy Jack. This has 11 siblings. The dad, one going 6 to a mile on 16th. And in that baby race yesterday, Nonios, They ran 1, 2, and 3 in there. 459K. The mom won 1 at Tampa on the turf, going a mile and 16th. The most notable sibling is a half to he's the chairman. Maiden allowance 3-year-old, now dropped down to 10,000, but does possess a lot of speed. The 6 valid defense. The dad shin forward, 6 wins, 3.4 million, but all of it on the turf. The mom 4 wins, 136K, all routing, and was on the dirt 4 times, had a win in a second, but it has no siblings. And the 3 Blazing Bow. It's an Oxbow. Who's Oxbow? Well, the winner of the Preakness in 2013 had 3 wins, over 1.2 million in earnings. The mom, Tampanel, won at a route and made 30K on the Lone Star turf, has 1 sibling, and that is a 6-start maiden. After saying all that, I'm kind of like Stretch, but a different order, 5, 7, and 4. Now we're going to carry on to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. That are non-2 lifers are going to go 6 furlongs. Stretch. Who do you like?
All right, we got
the same pick again.
The same pick. 5 boys, 1 girl.
I think we're in trouble, Stretch.
We could be in trouble.
I
yes.
think so.
Yes, especially after your performance yesterday. Here we go. I thought the 4. I knew you were going to take the 4. You always take the 4.
I love Prairie Magic. Got left last time.
Yes, that's fair. I do like her today quite a bit too. I think she has been overmatched the last few times, and then last time, like you said, got left, and then was just against Hidden Grace. So now back where she belongs, and I think she's at the cutting back. I think she's able to stalk if she wants. She might even be just classy enough to get the lead, and so then it'll be kind of the girl beating up on the boys here and just kind of going gate to wire or stalking and then taking over. I think she is a good play today. I did use the 5 as my second pick because I think if the 4 loses, there's a potential pace battle between at least the 2 and the 4. And if that's the case, the race shape just sets up for the horse on that from there. And then, of course, I'll mention the 2. The horse was scratched August 30th. I don't know if it was a vet scratch on that one, but the horse does get a trainer change, has been running really well at this level. A few bad beats throughout, so that kind of worries me a bit. I think you're going to lack a bit of value. For sure, the horse can certainly win. I was just trying to look for something else. Sometimes horses just get stuck in the condition, and this horse might be kind of the same. Yeah, 5 for 5 in the money this year, but no win. So let's go 4-5-2.
Yeah, the 2 Henry's in control was a Stewart scratch last time out. I do like number 4, Prairie Magic. Yeah, it's a girl against the boys, but she has blazing speed. 2 outs ago against Miss Langskip. She got left in the gate, had to chase all the way around. Chased well, but just not good enough to win. As Langskip got the easy lead and carried on to victory, she is dropping here into this non-2 against the boys. She gets in for a claiming price of $62.50. So they take the claiming price on the drop to go against the boys. But I think she's the best in here by a mile. Henry's in control. Great race 2 outs ago. Lost to Outcome, who ran a better race. Yeah, this horse does bring some speed to the table, but I don't think the same kind of speed that Prairie Magic has. But this horse is running well. Did all the work last time out, going to rut of ground. Only get caught late by King Wit. I was waiting for this horse to come back, but the Stewart scratch last time out and the change to Jared Brown as trainer, I think Henry's in control is second best, and I do like Bro Code knocking on the door, back-to-back, third place finishes. But today, maybe if it gets a great trip and jockey Jorge Carreño sends for all he's worth against Prairie Magic, that'll set it up for Bro Code. But I think he's third best in here. I'm going to give you 4, 2, and 5. Now we're going to carry on to race number 5, a $2,500 claimer for fillies, mares 3 and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Stretch. Wait, we don't have the same pick, but same top 2.
Same 2, and the same 3, actually. So I like the first races quite a bit. I felt I had a pretty good hold on those. The last 3 for me are a little tougher, and I'm not totally sure of the race shape in each one. Not to mention we're a non-winners of the year in here. But I'm gonna start on the 5. I've used this horse a few times, and I just think that there's a potential battle up front between the 1 and the 6. Yes, I do know that the 5 is out of condition, but it's raced against horses that have won races, where most of these haven't won, or the couple that have won were in the absolute bottoms for 1,500. So yesterday's big long shot went from 5,000 non-4 into a tougher condition, and then this one's going from a non-3 to the 2,500. So I think it's a pretty big drop in class for me. I think if you're going to get anywhere close to the 8-1, I think you've got to use it. The 1 makes perfect sense as a top selection. Last 2 races, really good races, has the back class. Could easily duel and put the other speed away, or even just clear. And then I'll go to the 4 as I thought she just woke up last time. And again, that's kind of what you're looking for at this time of year. She ran really well in August of 2021, so maybe it's just her time of year. So she could be in the mix, but I like the 5-1-4.
Yeah, I also like 1 and 5, but I think the 1, Gold Digging Darlin, who double dueled last time out, is going to get a clear and easy lead. But the question mark is the 6 furlongs. She's only won 1 race out of 13 tries at 6 furlongs, but been 8 for 13 in the money. But that doesn't cash tickets if you're going after the pick 4 or pick 3. But she will be on the front end for most of the race. And that's why I like her in here, because I don't think Tough Enough to Start is as fast as her. So she's going to have it all her own way. It's just whether she can get the full 6 furlongs. I do like number 5, La Chica de Fuego. We've been betting these horses jumping out of the 5 non-4 lifers into the 25. And we've been having real good success with them. This is a non-3 lifer dropping into the 25. And same thing, this horse has been running against horses that are on the upswing. These ones are just kind of around the bottom, waiting to take their turn to break the non-winners of the year. So that's why I like La Chica de Fuego. Run some good races, off a month, freshened up. Watch for a big late rally. And I like Hey Hey Runaway, who's same reason as Stretch, I think is woken up late in the air, is as good as these. And the best race, definitely good enough to win. So I'm 1, 5, and 4. Now we're going to carry on to race number 6, a $5,000 claimer. For 3-year-olds and up, they're going to go 5.5 furlongs. What a great race this is.
It is a great race. This is the race that took me the longest to try to figure out and get the picks. And you'll see that I have a fair amount in the pick 4, pick 5. I'm going to go to the 6 horse. Basically, I watched the replay on this race. And unfortunately, I seem to back this horse at the wrong time. And when I jump off, then the horse wins, and then I jump on, and it loses.
Yeah,
but
I had everything riding on Big Tony last time.
Yeah.
Oh, that was great.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, bad
Not a problem.
experience. The horse actually didn't break very well, kind of stumbled a bit, then raced wide. So it had a really tough trip in there. And I'm expecting a better trip and not having to deal with that much adversity. And I just like that as a starting point. I then went to the 4, and after watching the replay, the 4 maybe was back a little bit, was closing a little bit as well, but I thought the trip wasn't a bad trip. The 5.5, the extra half furlong certainly will help. I'm absolutely using the 4 in all the sequence bets, but I just felt the 6 deserved top billing there. And then I'll go to the 2. Jared Brown stole one last time in that 2,500 non-winners and didn't get claimed. And the horse looked good. The figures are there. If you're not going to get 8-1, but if you're 4 or 5-1, I think you've got to give this horse another chance. Look at last year's races. Probably isn't going to run to those type races, but if somewhere in between, certainly can be there, and will be closing late. So 6, 4, and 2.
Yeah, I thought this was a great race. I like number 4, Freudian Sip. Ever since Murray Duncan took this horse over, lost by a narrow nose to Drizzy 2 outs ago. And then last time out, needed more ground and will get it today going 5.5 furlongs. So I think that's the difference. I think the horse is going to be at a price. So I'm going to go with Freudian Sip to rally off the pace, because there is pace, definitely, with Contraband on the front end, who is going to try and steal it, and for sure set up some good early fractions. I also like number 3, Simple Man, taking that drop from 7,500 to 5,000. You see a lot of these horses that are doing that run very well doing that drop in class. Simple Man was sitting on a win 2 outs ago, and after winning the first start of the year, Mean Stretch absolutely loved it at the $5,000 level as it was wavered in there, moved up to 75, dropping back. I think this horse will run a big race today. Throw out that last one. It seems to run a good one every second start. So this is that. And I also like the 5 Contraband to hang around and get a piece of things. Is the lone speed of the race. And it's all about the first quarter for Contraband. If it can get a 23-2, 23-3 first quarter, this horse is going to go a long way and maybe even steal it. So I got 4, 3, and 5. Now we're carrying on to race number 7, an allowance race for 3-year-olds and up that are non-2 lifers. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Another good race.
It is. So I promised I wouldn't take a certain horse on top. It was his last chance to do that, and I'm holding to it, even though I think the horse could be the best in the race. But we're going to start with the one. We showed this horse replay after that first race, the Trouble Trip, and then came back and ran a really good race. It had to go after kind of the lone speed, battled and took over. I think this horse is going to improve even more being the third start. So really looking forward to seeing how One Sky does. Morning line 4-1. Anything close to that would be good. Yes, it's Call the Cops again, but I'm putting it second, not first, Kirt. It's dropping from the non-3 to the non-2. It always has the figures. It always shows you something just to tease you and annoy me, at least anyway, that I've got to go back, but not this time, just second. And then I'll go to the 6. This horse was actually supposed to run way back on the 15th, and it got canceled. The good thing is that Mike Taphorn has a workout coming in. I think it's an absolute wide open race. Figures are there, so I'll go 186.
Yeah, I go with you on One Sky. This horse ran lights out last time out. There is speed in here with the 2 Jaffafa, the 4 Liveryman, and the 9 Forgotten Son. So you got to look for a closer, and that's going to be One Sky who had to go after the lead, like Stretch said, to the 2 Jaffafa who had the loose lead and still ended up going on by in the end. We'll sit back today, make a late charge. I'm giving him top billing. I also like in here number 3, Impressive Sense. Jorge Cranio jumped on last time out, and we kind of went away from this horse, was sitting on a win, but ran really good last time out behind Major Shepherd, beating Call the Cops. So I'm going to give him another chance and Call the Cops to round it out. Always in the money, but just can't seem to knock off that win. So I'm going to give you 1, 3, and 8. Good luck with all your selections this evening, and I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Carter Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race Carter Racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, there's just some overweights, and they're on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 2, the Valor FC race. Again, just 1 overweight. Now turning your programs to race number 3, J-Man's 50th birthday race. Kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering, scratch number 9, Private Frank. That's race number 3, scratch the 9, Private Frank. Number 4, Carpa K, will not race with blinkers on, so delete the equipment change. In race number 3, number 4, Carpa K, will not have an equipment change. The Jackpot Pick 5 carryover, just over $320,000. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Again, just a few overweights. Now turning your programs to race number 5. In race 5, again, a few overweights. Turning your programs to race number 6. There are no changes. Now turning your programs to race number 7, our jackpot high 5 race of the evening. Again, only some overweights. Well, also, number one Sky will race with the shadow roll off, and number 4 Livery Man did wear blinkers last time out and will again wear them today. And once again in the 7th race, the 4 Livery Man wore blinkers the last time out and again wears them today. An absolute gorgeous evening for racing here in Winnipeg. Currently under sunny skies. And yeah, I'm enjoying myself, it looks like. Stretch.
You are enjoying yourself. I was just thinking it was only sunny and you kind of had a bad day. Shouldn't it just be the stretch show?
No, but I'm wondering where my cooler is.
Yeah, the cooler's good.
I got a lot of money, but I don't have a cooler. Something's wrong with that. Maybe a little pool beside, maybe a Shetland pony too.
Shetland pony, okay.
That could hold my beer.
Oh, I get you. Good.
Okay, sunny skies, the temperature 22 degrees Celsius or 72 degrees Fahrenheit, and the track is listed as a fast racetrack for this evening. 7 race car to racing. We're going to kick it off right here in race number 1 that goes to post in 21 minutes. Thank you for joining us this evening, and be sure to play Winnipeg's ultimate Chase the Ace game with prizes for more than just the jackpot ace. Tickets for Chase the Ace are $5 and available in the lobby until 9 p.m. The draw takes place at about 9:30, and the current jackpot is over $5,700. Now on to racing. If you're new to racing, make sure to stop by and see Brad and Matt at the Fan Education Center, located on the main floor. Also, that's a place to open a free betting account at hpibet.com to bet on the races on your phone. That's right, on your phone or computer. And what's more, if you bet 100, you get 100. Some conditions do apply. Also, a very special welcome to Valor FC, who are in attendance with us tonight. Be sure to enter to win a team-signed Valor FC jersey and 4 game tickets. 2 draws will be made, and ballots are available in the lobby. And welcome down to the paddock for race number 1. We're kicking off the Tuesday card of racing with a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-3 lifers. They're going to go 7 furlong stretch. Who do you like?
Well, as mentioned on ASD Live, I've been waiting for the double time to come back. I think this is his spot. Just the 2 turns with not a lot of other speed and gets the rail. If Sheldon can just break decently, should get the lead. And all you have to do is look at last year when he got the lead almost a year ago to the day on some of these just went gate to wire. And I think the horse has 6 lifetime wins where the other ones are 2. Everybody else is with 2 because of being a Manitoba bred. You get that. Last time was in for non-4 against the non-4 against Not Afraid. Actually chased Not Afraid, and you know how fast, and Pucker in there, not to mention. So, hit right to the lead. Catch me if you can. It's a great betting board. At one time, there were 4 of the 5 horses at 5-2.
Yeah, definitely a great betting race. I'm with you on number 1 double time. I think he's the predominant speed on the inside. They're going to have to catch him. Also like number 3, King Wit. This horse 3 outs ago had that wild trip and ended up losing by a narrow neck to Mucho Express, who we did see come back and win last night. Then came back, beat Wit America, who was the big favorite that day, and got up to win by that half a length, and then beat Henry's in Control. That was another favorite, and did it convincingly, stalking the lead and then going on by a length. Praven Badri seems to get along with this horse really, really well as it's back-to-back wins. It's going for 3 in a row, and definitely wouldn't be a surprise if he does that today.
Yeah, just keeps improving, kind of surprising me on for sure. Both of our third pick is the 5, and this horse can win if there is a duel in here. Last race, nothing against Young Flint is a nice horse for this level. Midnight Salute dropped in as well. That horse is a runner, and within your 5-length rule. Doesn't have a huge turn of foot, but if gets the right race shape, certainly could be right there. That's kind of my third place. Maybe beat the 3 for second.
Yeah, the other horse to look at, number 2, Peb, was a winner 3 outs ago, going wire to wire, beating Ben Roy and Bro Code. Came back against Double Time, and he arose on Easter in that Midnight Salute race on August the 2nd, and pretty well trailed throughout, never made up any ground, but came back to the front end last time out, but Young Flint was just way too good, drawing off easily to win, and he arose on Easter, also went by. Peb might try and go after the front end today again, but Double Time is double tough having the inside, but maybe Peb can just chase all the way around, and they can run 1-2.
Absolutely, yeah. That was 3 back was kind of my angle. I thought that horse could control it and was fortunate enough to go gate to wire. I've got to mention the 4 as your unknown and a long shot on the board. If you look at last year's races, was racing much tougher and showing speed. This year hasn't shown anything, but only had the 3 races here, and you never know. Lightly raced, might wake up going around the 2 turns, try one more try, but there is some speed in this with this horse, and I guess if suddenly got the lead, could go gate to wire, but it will be up against it. Still sticking to the 1.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 1. Stretch.
Yeah, so it's almost it's not a prime play, but it's a little bit more than the 30. So it's 40 win on 1, which would be $10 more, and so therefore, if the 1 wins, I'd actually make more profit or more money.
All right, and since you have more money than me, because I had not a great day yesterday, I'm only going to go 30 to win on the 1. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 1, and we'll see you back for race 2. horse on the track for race number 1. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $10,200. Number 1 is Double Time, owned and trained by Steve Thompson with Sheldon Chickanis. Number 2 is Peb, owned by High Road Stable, trained by Tiffany Husbands with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 3 is King Wit, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Praven Badri. Number 4 is Big Buffy, owned by Corrine Draper, trained by Curtis Maxwell with Lorena Bougeot. Rounding out the field is number 5, Heroes on Easter, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Ronald Alley. Post time for race number 1, 5 minutes away. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the boys going 7 furlongs fast to the turn. I've landed on the 1 in as you can see, a very competitive betting race with 4 horses within 2 or 3 to 1. I like that. Double Time should be going right to the lead. It's going to be catch 'em if you can. Does have that speed. That last race is better than looked. Was chasing Pucker and Not Afraid, and those are speed balls. None of those in here. The other ones that'll be kind of catch him late would be the 3. Has 1 2 in a row, maybe go for 3, and Heroes, if there is a duel, maybe the 5 can move up in the standings, but I'm still going to give you a 1 3 5. Kurt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 1, Double Time. Inside, going 7 furlongs and having speed. That is a great combination to have. Double Time should be loose in here. And I think the one to beat, I also like number 3, King Wit, looking to go 3 in a row as it won its last 2 with Praven Badri aboard. So this horse will be a stalker, probably sitting 3rd. The one to look out for is maybe the 2-horse Peb, who could chase the 1 all the way around, but I'm going to give you 1 and 3. Good luck. here in race 1. Post time! Double time, first into the starting gate. Hab also in. Next up, King Wit from the middle. Just 2 left to load. Big Buffy. Now just waiting on Heroes from Easter to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. Double time a little fractious. And they're off. From the middle of the track, King Wit shows some early speed, matched on the inside by Double Time. Big Buffy on the outside in third, hugging the rail, Peb in fourth, and the early trailer here rose on Easter. In between horses, only 3 off the lead. Double Time now has the lead by 3/4 of a length. through an opening quarter of 25-2. King Wit painted to his outside with Big Buffy going 3 wide. Peb scooting up the rail. Now in third, Heroes on Easter in between horses, and now Big Buffy is the early trailer. Well, it's double time, and King Wit looking each other in the eye through a half in 50-2. Heroes on Easter rallying from third, back in fourth, Peb, and Big Buffy is the early trailer. King Wit with the lead as they hit the head of the lane, but double time fighting back on the inside, 3 wide. Heroes on Easter, and Peb is gonna try and split horses. The leader, King Wit, is digging in with a 16th of a mile to go. On the outside, Heroes on Easter, but this is King Wit who's gonna get it done. Heroes on Easter, second best. Third's gonna go to Peb, and fourth to double time. The stewards have posted number 3, King Wit, as your race winner. Second goes to number 5, Heroes on Easter. Third to number 2, Peb, and fourth to number 1, Double Time. They went the opening quarter 25-2, the half 50-2, 3 quarters 117. Time for the 7 furlongs, 1:30-2. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 1, that's number 3, King Wit. King Wit is a dark bay or brown gelding, 3 years old, by 5 Demon Bag, out of the mare Wit's a Little Apache by Drums of Thunder. Owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to victory by Praven Badry. Time for the 7 furlongs, 1:30-2. Race 1 is official in the upcoming second race, the Valor FC race. There are no changes. Kicking off another pick 3 here in race number 2. As I mentioned earlier, ladies and gentlemen, this is your ultimate Chase the Ace place, which does raise money for the Final Furlong organization that helps find good homes for retired racehorses. You can not only win the jackpot by picking the ace of diamonds, but you will win $100 if you pick either joker and $25 for every other card. Tickets are just $5 each and available in the lobby. And take note that Final Furlong coffee mugs are also available for a minimum $10 donation at guest services. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2. We have a $10,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-3 lifers, or 12.5 for non-2 lifers. They're going to go 7 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 1. Double time, got some company from King Wit, and great ride by Praven Badri to go 3 in a row.
Yeah, the horse is just sharp, and we know that can happen at this time of year. And double time didn't look himself. Usually he goes a little bit faster up front, and so when sometimes you're watching the race and you think you can't lose. This one, I was watching the race thinking double time's not winning.
Yeah, especially at the 3/8 pole. That's usually where he's up by a couple. He makes some separation, but it didn't happen. All right, on to race number 2, Stretch. Who do you like?
Okay. Smaller field, but I do like a horse in here. I'm going to try to beat the favorite, and Jake has found the horse that we have both selected. What I'm looking at here is those last 2 races really, really impressed me. It's just rounding back into form. 2 back was awesome, but last race was just as good. It was running against some of the best, or at least higher level allowance and high claimers, and there's none of those in here. Yes, Perciability runs at a higher level, but you see how he finishes when he races open. When he's in for the Manitoba breds, he's a little more consistent. He Euro Silver has won this year, won last year, at least has a couple wins, as compared to Perciability, who hasn't won in 2 years, and that worries me a little bit. I think the 4 potentially can get loose on the field, and the 5 will chase around, and if the 5 runs back to its last race, certainly can run down the 4, but I kind of like the 3-1 over the 3-5, just because I think they're pretty close equally on either. You run the race, 10 times. I think it's 5-5 or 4-6. So that's why it's kind of my top play.
Yeah, I'm liking Euro Silver Bids. Go to the front, Chavi and Chow. He's on a bit of a roll right now. He did win 2 yesterday. He's been getting the horses out of the gate really, really well. So I'm expecting Euro Silver Biz to be controlling speed in here with the 5 Perciability chasing every step of the way. And everyone's going to look and say the question mark is, can Euro Silver Biz go the distance? You touched on it. This horse was a Derby hopeful last year. Didn't get out of the gate great, and still pressed under good fractions. And that was going 1 1/8 miles. Today is only 7 furlongs, and Euro Silver Biz looks like he's in his best form that he's been in some time. So that's why he's my top selection in here also. Perciability, you're saying it, knocking on the door, but not getting the wins. But it's never been in this easy class before. This is a non-3 lifer, has always been the first level allowance, as the horse couldn't be claimed to save him for the stakes races. As you see, ran 3rd in the Phil Kivas last year and ran 2nd in the Phil Kivas this year. Perciability, a stalker, good enough to win without a doubt. But Euro Silver Biz, I think, will have to stop.
Yeah, no, I see that too. There is class for sure on the 5, absolutely. I kind of see it as a bit of a match race, unless they're going to both try to get a little confident and kind of battle it out front. Then maybe somebody else can win in here. If that happens, my closer is the 3. This horse is 2 out of 2 at the distance in the money. Yes, it's at easier levels, but at least this horse does like the 2 turns, and it's hit and miss on the other ones anyway. So it's like I said, it's a 3rd place. It's 4 for me, 4 and 5, and then the others.
I agree. I also went to number 2, Timely Ruckus, as my 3rd selection. Last time this horse did go 7 furlongs was on the outside of Himmelstein and Dazzling Mischief, who battled it out, and Uncle Mo's Cat was sitting right in behind them, and they stayed all the way around the racetrack. So Timely Ruckus was just plain and simply in too tough. Came back in the non-3 lifer, ran a great race against Not Afraid, Striking Oil, and then last time out needed 6 furlongs, and it was only 5.5. I think this horse will control the rail, which will be a big advantage, and he'll sit right in behind the 4 and the 5, get a dream trip, and that's why I put him in 3rd.
Sure.
And what about Jack's Willie?
Well, Jack's Willie is coming from Canterbury. It's only had 1 start here, so that's important. You've only had 1 start over the track, and it was only going 6 furlongs. Wasn't allowance, dropping down. There are some races in there that put this horse competitive. was last year at Canterbury. You know, it's some tough competition out there for sure. So not a complete throwout.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 2. Stretch, start it off.
I'm going to go with pick 3 here. And I've got some favorites, got some price horses, and that's what we're going with in here. So $2 pick 3 wheel, 4-5 with 4-5-7 with 4-5.
And myself, I'm going after the pick 3 also. I'm keying the 4 in here, and then I'm taking 4, 5, 7, and 8. And rounding out with 2 and 4, that's a $3 ticket for 24. You want to bet a $1 one? Only $8. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 2, and we'll see you back for race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 2, the Valor FC race. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $13,700. Number 1 is Jack's Willie, owned by Larry Liebrecht, Ron Phelps, Marvin and Deb Buffalo, trained by Marvin Buffalo with Tyrone Nelson. Number 2 is Timely Ruckus, owned by Oslin Bell and Shelley Brown, trained by Shelley Brown with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 3 is Runaway Hurricane, owned by High Road Stable, trained by Tiffany Husbands with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Euro Silver Biz, owned by Martin Euroshak, trained by Rick Wise with Chavi and Chow. Rounding out the field is number 5, Percibility, owned by Manny Miaderos and John Clement, trained by Jim Donnelly with Siobhan Bell. The Valor FC race here in race number 2. They go to post in 5 minutes. And ladies and gentlemen, as this is the second race, we have the HPPA Manitoba Best Turned Out Horse. And that horse is number 1, Jack's Willie. Number 1, Jack's Willie, the HPPA Manitoba Best Turned Out Horse here in race number 2. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, here we go. Boys going 7 furlongs for 10,000. The betting public has the 4 and 5 as a match race. I agree with them. I've landed on the 4 just because he can be controlling speed. Those last 2 races are good enough to beat this field. I think the stretch out even gives him a more relaxed front end, and if he can get that, might just go gate to wire. 5 is a very talented horse, could try to run him down. If you need a third place or maybe an upset horse, that would be the 3 at 7-1, but you need a duel up front. 4, 5, and 3.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 4, Euro Silver Biz. 2 outs ago, that win was just so impressive. Last time out was in double tough in that first level allowance. This is a much easier race in the 10-on-3. So I think this horse makes the lead, and it's his race to lose. I do like number 5, Perceability. Ran lights out last time out, but couldn't beat McKegg. I have the 2 of them with the 2 horse for third. Good luck here in race 2. Jax Willie, the first one into the starting gate. Timely Ruckus, the next to go in. Runaway Hurricanes turn from the middle. Just 2 left to load. Euro Silver Biz. And now the 4-5 favorite Perceability is in. They're at the post. And they're off. Breaking a little slow was Perceability. On the outside, Euro Silver Biz goes right out to capture the early lead. Perceability to the outside, recovered nicely. And is there in second, back in third, Timely Ruckus with Runaway Hurricane and Jax Willie. The early trailer, 6 lengths off the lead. Euro Silver Biz and Perceability. These two starting to bang it out through an opening quarter of 25 seconds and have opened up 7 on the field with Timely Ruckus back in third, Runaway Hurricane and Jax Willie the trailer. The two are still banging and they're quickening up as the half went in 48-2, a 23-2 second quarter. Euro Silver Biz and Perceability. These two are 6 lengths up on Timely Ruckus, who is now gaining ground. Jax Willie back in fourth, and the trailer Runaway Hurricane. They hit the head of the lane, and it's Perceability who's taken over. On the outside, Timely Ruckus, the main danger coming to the 16th pole. Perceability digging in. Timely Ruckus a little more to offer, but Perceability will take it by a length. Timely Ruckus second best. Third's going to go to Jax Willie, and fourth to Runaway Hurricane. The Stewarts are posted number 5, Perceability, as your race winner. Second goes to number 2, Timely Ruckus. Third to number 1, Jax Willie. And fourth to number 3, Runaway Hurricane. They went the opening quarter, 25 seconds. The half, 48-2. 3 quarters, 114-2. Time for the 7 furlongs, 128-3. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the Valor FC race. That's number 5, Perceability. Percibility is a big gelding, 6 years old, by Vengeful Wildcat, out of the mare Pillow Queen by Photon Fur. Owned by Manny Biaderos and John Clement, trained by Jim Donnelly, and ridden to victory by Siobhan Bell. Time for the 7 furlongs, 1:28-3. Race 2 is official in the upcoming 3rd race. J-Man's 50th birthday race, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. Number 4, Carpiquet, delete the equipment change, will not race with blinkers. Also scratch number 9, Private Frank. Once again, in this the 3rd race, number 4, Carpiquet, will not run on with blinkers, and scratch number 9, Private Frank. We'll carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's Pick 5. No changes in race 4, 5, or 6. Turning your programs to race number 7, number 4, Livery Man, raced with blinkers in his last start and will again race with blinkers today. That's race number 7, number 4, Livery Man, race with blinkers in the last start and will again race with them today. J-Man's 50th birthday race, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering here in race number 3. Are you new to Assiniboia Downs? Then check out the 140 VLTs located on the 2nd level. They're open all day, every day from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. Also, this is the first leg of the 20-cent wager called the Jackpot Pick 5 coming up right here in race 3. If your ticket is the only correct one, picking the winners of race 3 to 7, you'll win the whole jackpot, which currently stands at $320,000 and will be over $350,000. But when there's more than one winner, a consolation is paid out and the jackpot keeps growing. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering with an allowance race for 2-year-old maidens. They're going to go 5 furlongs. Number 4, Carpate, will not race with blinkers today. That is not going to be an equipment change. And scratch number 9, Private Frank. Quick look back at race number 2, Persability, much the best.
Yep, ran back to his last race in that stake race against McKeag, was it? And lived up to that. And what a good battle on the turn. They went 23 seconds in that middle quarter. That was impressive. And that's just, Persability's a bigger horse. I'm going to go, I'll give Euro Silver another chance if he runs back later in the year, because he just lost to a better horse and went for it, and it paid for it.
Yeah,
sure.
No breather whatsoever. All right, Stretch, who do you like in race number 3?
Okay, I'm going to start with the 4. The 3 selections, I could box the 3 selections. I'm trying to beat the favorite. We're going to go to this one. The second start, I do like, because we've seen the 2-year-olds improve all year, and that kind of goes without saying. The second start, usually they improve. They learn how to run a little bit. Showed nice speed in last time out, and then just got tired. Then was entered in a stake race and was scratched out of that race. But then Stephen Gaskin throws in a nice 5 furlong work. I really like when the 2-year-olds are working the 5 furlongs. Could get in a battle. I just think this horse is going to improve that much that might be able to handle the duel. And then sometimes they even change form because they're still learning to run, and we'll see from there. So it is my co-top selection.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a battle between the 4 and 7, so I looked for a closer, and I went to number 5, Viral. Last time out, it was Prairie Drifter and Mechanic Susie. Those two battled it out and lasted to the wire. But Viral was coming like a freight train late down the lane and just ran out of ground. I think the horse now has the experience of those 2 races under the belt. Stanley Chady Jr. now takes over. He's got to sit a little bit closer, and if he does, watching that early speed and shows that same closing kick, you're going to get rewarded today. Currently 10-1 on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the value play that I see, and I completely agree with you. I could have had this horse selected a little bit higher. Let's talk about the favorite that we both have in second. You don't want to blame the horse on this. Ran against 2 really good horses. We're not sure about the horse he lost to last time out, Mechanic Susie.
Dynamite.
Did though. Absolutely look dynamite. Had the 1 start. So it's pending. I just don't like when horses lose at 45 cents on the dollar, but could get in a battle, maybe stalk and take over. You can't really knock the horse. Yesterday's favorite had a couple three seconds, but we both liked him. Today we're just trying to beat this horse. It's a big field of 10 2-year-olds. A lot can go on in this.
Yeah, another couple horses to look at. Number 1, Sugar Daddy Jack. 11 siblings, 1 half sibling that we do know about. He's the chairman. He has a lot of early speed, was in the main allowances, banging it out early, and dropped down to the 10,000. But Sugar Daddy Jack, the dad, Nonios, they ran 1, 2, and 3 yesterday in the stake race. Nickel Candy, the mom, was at Tampa, won 1 on the turf, going 1 mile and a 16th. And let's look at the favorite, number 3, Blazing Bow, out of Oxbow, a Preakness winner in 2013, had 3 wins, 1.2 million in earnings. The mom, she had 1 win, 30K, Lone Star Turf. The horse has 1 sibling, 6 starts, and still a maiden.
Okay.
And another one, Valid Defense. The dad, Shin Forward, 6 wins, going 7 furlongs, 3.4 million, all on the turf. The mom, 4 wins, 136K, routing, and won 1 out of those 4 wins on the dirt with 1 second in only 4 tries, and no siblings on Valid Defense.
Okay, great stats and great angles, understanding. You had one the other day, talked about speed early, and some of them that had to go long, they like going longer. I will add one horse that's had 1 start, and that's Indio Time. Did close some ground last time. Only had the 1 start, was in the Prairie Drifter race. Got to remember, is getting bet here, morning line 25-1. These horses can improve, so if this horse sits a little bit closer, that horse certainly can be in the mix too.
And one other one to throw in as a superfecta horse, number 11, Backstreet Justice. This horse did get in some trouble just around the 3/8 pole and didn't recover, ended up getting beat double digits in the end. But with a smoother trip, might be able to hit the top 4. Let's go to our wagers here in race number 3. Stretch, pick 5 time. Who do you got?
It is pick 5 time. Oh, you found a few extra dollars, I see.
I did.
All right. I'm going to start with 4, 5, and 7 in the 3rd race, taking 4 and 5 in the 4th, 1, 4, 5 in the 5th, 2, 4, and 6, and then close it out with the 1, 6, 8. I couldn't take a stand anywhere. It's not my favorite kind of ticket like this. Just I'm trying to, I've got it narrowed down to those contenders.
And myself, I'm going 4, 5, 7, 8 in here. Then I'm taking the 2 and 4. Then the 1, 4, 5, and 7. Race 6, I'm hitting the all button and rounding it out with just the 1 Sky in the last for $44.80. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 3. And we'll see you back for race 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 3, J-Man's 50th birthday race. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $20,000. Number 1 is Sugar Daddy Jack, owned by Larry Falloon and Ann Champion, trained by Shelley Brown with Antonio Whitehall. Number 2 is Salto del Lupo, owned by Murray Duncan and the estate of Gerald B. Stewart, trained by Murray Duncan with Tyrone Nelson. Number 3 is Blazing Bow, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Nyrone Austin. Number 4, parading early, was Carpa, owned by Anderson Livestock, Hillside Farms, and WRA Ventures, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Chavi and Chow. Number 5 is Viral, owned by Beth Kosh, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 6 is Valid Defense, owned by Wendy Anderson and Keith Wright, trained by Wendy Anderson with Neville Stevenson. Number 7 is Prairie Drifter, owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by Devin Gittins with Leroy Nelson. Number 8 is Indio Time, owned by Marvin and Deb Buffalo, trained by Marvin Buffalo with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 9, Private Frank was scratched. Number 10 is Endo, owned by Roger Plant, Ken Pollock, and Ed Pollock, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Douglas Bataloo. Rounding out the field is number 11, Backstreet Justice, Owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by Elton Dickey with Praven Badry. J-Man's 50th birthday race kicking off. Jackpot pick 5 wagering. They go to post in 2 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, full field of 2-year-old maidens in here. Challenging race for sure. I'm going to start with the 4-horse going off at 4-1. This horse has only had 1 start, showed good speed early and then tired, which is expected being your first start, then came back with a nice 5-furlong work. That's going to help this horse last a little bit farther. The favorite is going to be the 7, as expected. 3 straight seconds, has run against some real good horses. Big field, and there's so many unknowns. They want to try to beat that one. That could be with the 5. And the horse that's interesting is the 3-horse Open with early money is now going up in higher odds. Maybe not leave that one out. 475.
Yeah, Stretch, I do like number 5, Viral. Has been getting better with each and every start. First time out, ran an even race. Last time was absolutely flying late. I think the speed is number 4, Carpiquet, and the 7, Prairie Drifter. So if they go bang it out, I think that Viral could be the one rallying at him late. And if you're throwing in a long shot, number 11, Backstreet Justice, got in trouble last time out in the first and only start and getting 35-1. Good luck here in race number 3.
post time.
Sugar Daddy Jack is going to lead the 2-year-olds into the starting gate. Salto de Lupo will be the next to go in. Blazing Bow ready to go in. Carpiquet will be the next to load without jockey Chavi and Chow. Now that Carpiquet is in, he will climb back aboard. Viral now walks in. Valid Defense's turn. The 6-5 favorite Prairie Drifter walks up and in. Indio Time is next. Indio Time gets a little help from the gate crew. Just 2 left to load. Endo. And just waiting on Backstreet Justice to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. Blazing Bow slow to go. And so is Sugar Daddy Jack. Quickly on the outside. Prairie Drifter goes out to the lead with Backstreet Justice. Painted on the outside, hugging the rail, Carpiquet in third. Indio Time in between horses. 3 wide is going to be Endo in 5th. Settled right in behind them is Viral. 2 more lengths back to Valid Defense, Salto del Lupo, and way back to Blazing Bow and Sugar Daddy Jack. The opening quarter, 23-1, and it's Prairie Drifter coasting with the lead by 5. To the outside, Indio Time in second. Back in third, Carpiquet, a late rally from Viral. But this is all Prairie Drifter. The favorite wins by 5. Indio Time second best. Third's going to go to Carpiquet and 4th to Viral. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. A Stewart's inquiry into the start of race number 3. The Stewart's opposed to number 7, Prairie Drifter, as your race winner. Second goes to number 8, Indio Time. A photograph has been called to determine the show position. They went the opening quarter 23-1, the half 47-1. Time for the 5 furlongs, 1 minute and 3/5. Results of the photo show number 4, Carpiquet, finishing third. Fourth goes to number 5, Viral. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 3, J-Man's 50th birthday race. The winner number 7, Prairie Drifter. Prairie Drifter is a big gelding, 2 years old, by Vengeful Wildcat, out of the mare Naughty Dottie by Reb Mac. Owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by Devin Gittins, and ridden to unofficial victory by Leroy Nelson. Time for the 5 furlongs, 1 minute and 3/5. Ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the films, the Stewarts have deemed that number 1, Sugar Daddy Jack, and number 3, Blazing Bull, both received a fair start. 7, 8, 4, 5 will now be official. Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the television monitors is the Stewart's inquiry into the start of race number 3. This is the North Tower head-on shot. Pay special attention to the far right of your screen. Number 1, Sugar Daddy Jack. And just to the left of that, 2 post positions, number 3, Blazing Bull. Let it run from here. And as you see, the 3-horse just sat in the gate, which we call dwelt in the gate, and then started. Also, number 1, Sugar Daddy Jack came out and then did a little jump there. And Antonio Whitehall safely got himself back onto the racing surface, but both did receive a fair start. In the upcoming 4th race, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, there are no changes. The only change in this evening's pick 4, turning your programs to race number 7, number 4, Liveryman wore blinkers in his last start and will again wear blinkers today. $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race number 4. They go to post in 18 minutes. Well, if you want to keep up with all the local horse racing news and events here at Assiniboia Downs, then all you have to do is subscribe to our weekly e-newsletter, The Inside Track. Subscribe at asdowns.com. And you better hurry, only 10 minutes left to give yourself a chance to go home with more than $5,800 in your pocket if you get drawn to play Chase the Ace and pick the Ace of Diamonds. Get your tickets at guest services in the lobby for just $5. And remember, you're helping support Final Furlong that helps find good homes for retired racehorses. And we've drawn our 2 winners in the Valor FC prize draw. You're going to get a team signed jersey and 4 game tickets each. Congratulations goes out to Vi Ross and Daryl Ellis. That's Vi Ross and Daryl Ellis. Congratulations. You're the winners in our Valor FC prize draw. You're going to have 5 minutes to go to guest services on the main floor, South End. And welcome now back down to the paddock for race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with the $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-2 lifers. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 3, Stretch Prairie Drifter, 3 seconds, but not today.
Yeah, ran great. Make note of how big he won, and of that horse that
Indio Time, who ran a good race second time out.
Yeah, real good improvement on that. We just picked the wrong improvement horse, but there's always one in there that improved. You mentioned about the 11, broke sharp.
Yeah, it was right on the lead and out the back door.
Yeah, and then make note of Mechanic Susie for next time, because you now have a horse that beat the horse and could even improve. That was the first start. Last thing is rewatch that race now. Make your notes, because when there's that many horses, you can miss things, and then you can come back to it instead of waiting. So,
especially if you're looking at Blazing Bull or Sugar Daddy Jack at the back there, having an interesting time, which always happens in baby races. Okay, on to race number 4. A big favorite, 4-5.
Yeah, I think we expected the horse to be the favorite. I don't know if 4-5 is the right price. She looks great in here, and I did say she is the one girl running against the boys in here, running classier and tougher fields in there. It's lost to Wits 10, who's won multiple more races than you can add up in this race combined, is just to name one of them in here. And then, well, Hidden Grace is Hidden Grace, but
yeah, she's won a couple.
She's won a couple.
Same with Melisandre.
It just keeps
Started
going
off
on
her
and on.
career
Yeah.
8-0.
So this filly would have a few more wins if it didn't have to race against a few of these horses. She just looks good. I think it's well spotted by Devin Gittins. In the spot is in getting 62.50, so not dropping right to the bottoms. She's showing some good races. You mentioned last time she broke a little bit slow, lost all chance. Not that she was going to beat Hidden Grace, but the key for me is that the last race at 6 furlongs ran such a nice race and was right there. I think she runs that race. She's going to be very tough to beat.
Yeah, Miss Langskip that day was just much the best on the front end, but she chased her around in a great time, 1:12.3. This is a massive drop for Prairie Magic. I think it's her race to lose. I also like number 2, Henry's In Control. Back-to-back really good races. Was beaten by Outcome, who dropped from the 10 non-2 lifer to get that win as the favorite. And then last time out, Henry lost to King Wit, who we've seen come back to win tonight, making it 3 in a row. So Henry's In Control has tested some real tough competition and draws the inside. And now a trainer change since last time, now over to the Jared Brown barn.
Yes, and as you mentioned, it was not a vet scratch. It was a steward scratch last time, which is very different. And so that's why it's important you know that. I do like the 2 as well. I threw the 5 in as second in case of a possible duel between the 2 and the 4. Kirt seems to think that the 4 will clear, and that's very possible. But if the 2 is trying to chase and try to keep up, I need a closer, and that's Bro Code. Cuts back, ran a nice race against Henry's In Control, and was wide throughout. Was in post 10 that day. It was the last race of Derby Day, and ran a nice even race, actually even a close a bit. So you can't leave that horse out to be in the mix for sure.
Yeah, another horse I like a little bit in here is number 1, Chicago Roll. I like this horse 3 outs ago to run second behind Hannigan, but came up a length short, but a good strong rally down the lane. Then the speed stuck around with Outcome, Henry's in control, and Bro Code. So Chicago Roll couldn't close after breaking not so great 11th out of 11. And then last time out went the distance of a mile, and Chicago Roll is a sprinter, so the cut back in distance, I think will help the horse. I definitely throw this one in your tries.
That's fair. Well, you take Chicago Roll pretty much every time for third. But I'll go to Anchor Up here is my kind of sleeper, right? A Chicago Roll is a big long shot. Anchor Up is another cutback, showing speed on the cutback. And I do like that angle too, and not at least showing some effort and trying to get something out of the race rather than just sitting at the back and kind of making a late close. If gets caught in the duel, might not be anywhere, but if can try to run evenly, might get there.
And the last horse to look at, number 3, Artillery. This is a horse that likes going to rut or ground, but really didn't have a lot of success at Laurel. Last time out, made a little belated rally, was still beating almost double digits, but that was a very tough allowance, non-2-lifer. Drops down in here. Jen Jordan's been bringing in some good long shots. You were betting on Siobhan Bell, the other day, and it got the job done, beating my firster. But Artillery with the big drop can't be kicked out of here, and you're getting good odds at 11-1. All right, Stretch, let's pick 4 time. Let's go to our bets. You're going to start us off.
I am. This is a rarity. I play this very rare. As mentioned, there's no
3 a race.
3 a race, yes. Kind of the contenders in each, kind of the picks I've given out all day. So it's 2-4-5 in the fourth, 1-4-5 with the 2-4-6 and 1-6-8 to finish it out. Little different than yours, Kirt. I like that you're taking a stand, though.
Yeah, I'm going to take a stand on the 4 Prairie Magic in here. Then I'm taking 1-4-5-7. I'm loading up in race 6 with 2-3-4-5-6. Rounding out with 1-2-3 in race 7. That's going to cost $60. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 4, and we'll see you back for race 5. The horse are on the track for race number 4. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $10,100. Number 1 is Chicago Roll, owned and trained by Ryan Desjarlais with Leroy Nelson. Number 2 is Henry's in Control, owned by Chris John Bjarnson, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 3 is Artillery, owned by Andy Stronach, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Nyrone Austin. Number 4 is Prairie Magic, owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by Devin Gittins with Praven Badri. Number 5 is Bro Code, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Ronald Alley. Rounding out the field is number 6, Anchor Up, owned by Artisan Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Chavi and Chow. $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race 4. They go to post in 4 minutes. And we've drawn another winner in the Valor FC prize draw. Congratulations, Terry Deegan. Terry Deegan, you win a team signed jersey and 4 game tickets if you show up at guest services in the next 5 minutes on the main floor, South End.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the boys going 6 furlongs in a non-2, always a little bit tricky. Landed on the 4, which is the favorite, the filly versus the boys in here. I think she's got a real good shot. She's dropping in class race against some very, very good fillies and mares. Could be a stalking trip or may just go right to the lead. Just simply the best there. Others to consider is the 5. I think he is going to sit just off, hope for a duel and make a late close late. 4 to 1's a fair value to get there, or at least complete the exactor. So I'll give you 4, 5, and 2.
Yeah, Stretch, I also like the filly against the boys in here. I think she is the quickest of them all, but she ran a great race coming off the pace 2 outs ago at losing to Miss Langskip, who went to the front end and coasted to victory in a real sharp time. That time would win this race by probably 5 to 6 lengths. The other horse I like is number 2, Henry's In Control. Ran against a horse that came back to win today, making it 3 in a row, and then lost its previous race to a horse dropping from 10,000 non-2. So I'm going to give you a 4 and 2. Good luck here in race 4.
time.
Chicago roll, the first one into the gate. Henry's in control. The co-favorite goes in. Next up, Artillery. The current sixth even money favorite, Prairie Magic. She's in. 2 left to load. Bro Code. And now just waiting on Anchor Up to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Stumbling a bit at the start was Prairie Magic. Quickly to the inside, Henry's in control, shows speed. But now Prairie Magic gets up there to grab a piece of the lead with Anchor Up to her outside. Settled back in third, Artillery with Bro Code. And moving up the inside, Henry's in control, and the early trailer will be Chicago Roll. 23-4, a rather slow opening quarter. And it's Prairie Magic on the inside with Anchor Up. Now half length behind, making a move 3 wide. That's going to be Bro Code. Henry's in control, going to try and come up the rail. Chicago Roll, rolling from last. And now the trailer is Artillery. The half 47-3. And Prairie Magic leads them at the head of the lane by 3 lengths. On the outside, Bro Code in between horses. That's Henry's in control. Prairie Magic digging in with the 16th of a mile to go. She's looking for the wire, and she's gonna get there. Back in second is gonna be Bro Code. Third, Henry's in control. And fourth, Chicago Roll. The Stewart's supposed to number 4, Prairie Magic, as your race winner. A photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter 23-4, the half 47-3. Time for the 6 furlongs, 114-1. Results of the photo show number 5, Bro Code, finishing second. Third goes to number 2, Henry's in control. And fourth to number 1, Chicago Roll. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 4, that's number 4, Prairie Magic. Prairie Magic is a dark bay or brown filly, 4 years old, by Vengeful Wildcat, under the mare Terry the Magic by DeHere. Owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by Devin Gittins, and ridden to victory by Praven Badry. Time for the 6 furlongs. 114 and 1. Number 4, Prairie Magic, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Dr. Betty Hughes. Also, congratulations goes out to trainer Devin Giddens, who scores the double. Back-to-back winners for trainer Devin Giddens. Also, congratulations goes out to jockey Praven Badgery, who also gets the double. 2 wins for jockey Praven Badgery. In the upcoming 5th race, kicking off late pick 3 wagering. Again, there are no changes. Post time for race number 5, 18 minutes away. Well, be sure to check out our new player portal at asdowns.com. All the information you need on ASD Live Racing in one convenient place. Watch live racing access, free online ASD programs, expert selections, and more. Scan the QR code on the player portal ad in your program to go there now. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5. We have a $2,500 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 4, Prairie Magic. Little trouble early, made it to the front in a soft opening quarter and held on.
Yeah, you called it as you're with calling the race. You see everything, and how good a ride Badri did to just send and get the horse in position. And I thought, watching as the race going, you're right. That first quarter kind of set it up, and then tried to open it up, which I like when the horse or the jockey opens it up and hangs on. And so it's always good when the horse had nothing left at the wire. That's what you want. So you got everything out of it, and won by you can say a lot.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how much you win by as long as you get the win.
Yeah.
All right, on to race number 5, Stretch. Who do you like?
Okay. I've gone to the 5. I think it's a kind of a wide open race. There's about 4 or 5 that I think can win in here. The reason I went to the 5 is I think there's a potential of a bit of a battle up front. And I've just liked how this horse has been closing. We're getting the 6 furlongs. Horse has been perfect in the money. 2 wins out of 5 starts. And I just think it's kind of sitting on a win. We've seen the non-3 because my whole point was this horse was racing against winners and horses improving. You take a look at Lady Nyla. She's had a good year winning some races. And so where the other ones are kind of not on their top form, yes, I do like your 1, absolutely. That horse is rounding into form, but I'm going to start with the 5, and I think I'm going to get a good price.
Yeah, we've been doing well with these horses, dropping in from the non-4 lifer and non-3 lifer into the 25 non-winners of the year. They've been doing really well, so I also like that horse. But I like number 1, Gold Diggin' Darlin', because I don't think there's any speed to go with her in here. Yes, tough enough to start, does have some early gas, but that's usually going around 2 turns, not going the short distance of 6 furlongs. So I think Gold Diggin' Darlin', who 2 outs ago broke on top, then got company, but I like the way she battled and held on for second. Last time out, duked it out, put that horse away, and then battled again and ended up losing by only a length and 3/4. I think Gold Diggin' Darlin' gets loose. Speed is doing well on the racetrack, as we've already seen. Horse sitting just on the outside in second, just on the outside in second, and the other 2 went to the front and won. So Speed's doing really well.
So far, absolutely. And you did kind of cover yourself a little bit on the 1 because it's got 5 seconds out of 13 starts going 6 furlongs. So
and only 1 win to show for it, but I think the track might help.
Yeah, and that's something to consider. The other one I've used as you did for your 3rd selection is Hey Hey Runaway. I think she woke up last time, and that's what it takes. If you look at last year in the fall, or I guess midsummer, you'd say August, late August, it was starting to win some races, and just kind of seems like the horse's cycle of maybe getting it back, and it only takes a couple races to wake up for these horses, and maybe they can only last a few starts, but maybe she continues.
Yeah, another horse to look at, number 7, Real Good Deal, trying to find her glory of the 2021 season, where this horse did end up winning 4 races. At the first level allowance, optional 10,000, did drop down to the 25 non-winners of the year, got beat by Gold Diggin' Darlin' 2 outs ago, but ran a much better race last time out, only beaten by 2 1/4, and that was a half a length behind Gold Diggin' Darlin'. Maybe Real Good Deal is just getting better.
Yeah, again, another horse that could be rounding. I've backed this horse and was a little flat, but last race kind of did the wake up. I'll talk about the 6, 14-1. Is getting the cutback. Hasn't won at the distance, but maybe just that cutback might be the difference. Plus, you get a trainer change, and sometimes that's just what these horses, when they're kind of off form, need, just a change of surroundings, and maybe the trainer just tries something to get them back to where they used to be.
Yeah, another horse to see in here, number 2, the Whiskey Worked. This is a horse that was in for the non-3 lifer, dropped down to 25, ran a really big second-place effort behind Bella Galena, the $100 winner, then came back as a favorite, ran another good second, but since then has been off form. Maybe this one can jump back to that previous form, and you're getting big odds at 17-1.
For sure. And the other 17 to 1 shot is the 3. I had him 2 back, and then last time I thought he'd run a bit of a she'd run a bit of a better race. I've now jumped ship, and you're getting big odds, so you maybe want to run to the wickets and bet this horse because I've jumped ship. But who knows? Maybe it's just one of those bad days. But if you get the duel, you need a duel, which is, we're talking maybe it's a bit of a speed bias or carrying, so not the right running style, but we'll see.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 5. Stretch, what do you got?
One of my plays that I like to go with when I'm using a closer, a simple 30 place 5.
And myself, I'm doing a $10 exactor box, 1 and 5. That'll cost $20. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 5, and we'll see you back for race 6. The horse are on the track for race number 5. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $10,000. Number 1 is Gold Diggin' Darlin', owned by Wanda Hicks, trained by Shelley Brown with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 2 is The Whiskey Worked, owned by Tessa Faye Stable, trained by Blair Kidd with Chavi and Chow. Number 3 is Videra, owned and trained by Doug Mustard with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 4 is Hey Hey Runaway, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 5 is La Chica de Fuego, owned by Just for Kick Stable, trained by Sean Morin with Antonio Whitehall. Number 6 is Tough Enough to Start, owned by Black Diamond Stable, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Ronald Alley. Rounding out the field is number 7, Real Good Deal, owned and trained by Shelley Brown with Leroy Nelson. Post time for race number 5, 4 minutes away. we've drawn our winning ticket in Winnipeg's Ultimate Chase the Ace. That winning ticket number is 2448. That's the winning ticket in Winnipeg's Ultimate Chase the Ace. 2448. You're going to have 5 minutes to go to guest services to collect your prize. If winning ticket number 2448 does not show up in 5 minutes, don't throw those tickets away, as there will be a redraw.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, here we go. Girls going 6 furlongs in a lower level claiming race. The co-favorites are the 1 and the 5. You've got to decide, can the 1 go gate to wire, or is there a battle up front and the 5 closes? I've landed on the 5, thinking that she's gonna get a nice trip behind a potential battle and try to make a nice run late. She has 2 wins at the distance, whereas the 1 only has 1 win at the distance. I think she'll try to go the whole distance. Other ones to consider that's running a little better right now, that's the 4. So I will give you 5-1-4.
Yeah, Stretch, I don't see a battle happening. I see number 1, Gold Diggin' Darlin', getting the lead all by herself and trying to steal it in here. She used to win for 5,000 wide open, going 5.5 furlongs. This is 6 furlongs today, but the competition is less at the $2,500 level, so I'm looking at her to go gate to wire. I also like number 5, La Chica de Fuego, taking the drop out of the conditions into the non-winners of the year. That's been a great play all year long, so I'm giving you 1 and 5. Good luck here in race 5. The Whiskey Work to be the first to enter the starting gate. Next in, Videra. Hey, Runaway's turn. Next up, La Chica de Fuego. Tough enough to start, set to go in. Just 2 left to load. Gold Diggin' Darlin' on the inside. Now just waiting on Real Good Deal to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the middle of the track, Hey Runaway shows some early speed, but so does Gold Diggin' Darlin' on the inside, who now pokes ahead in front. 3 wide, tough enough to start, settled back in 4th. That's La Chica de Fuego. A gap of 3 more back to Real Good Deal, Videra, and the early trailer. The Whiskey Worked about 8 off the lead. 23-3 the opening quarter, and it's Gold Diggin' Darlin' and Hey Runaway. They've locked horns on the front end. Tough enough to start, settled back in 3rd. In an all-out drive, La Chica de Fuego trying to reel them in. Videra, the Whiskey Worked, and now the trailer, Real Good Deal. The half, 47 seconds, they hit the head of the lane, and it's Gold Diggin' Darlin' spinning out of the turn with the lead now by 3. Hey Runaway, the only one with a chance, with a 16th of a mile to go, but it's all Gold Diggin' Darlin'. She's gonna win by 4. Second best, tough enough to start. Third's gonna go to Hey Runaway, and 4th to the Whiskey Worked. The Stewart's supposed to number 1, Gold Diggin' Darlin' as your race winner. Second goes to number 6, Tough Enough to Start. Third to number 4, Hey Runaway. And 4th to number 2, The Whiskey Worked. They went the opening quarter 23-3. The half, 47 seconds. Time for 6 furlongs, 1:13-4. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 5. That's number 1, Gold Diggin' Darlin'. Gold Diggin' Darlin' is a bay mare, 6 years old, by Golden Sense. Out of the mare vote winner by successful appeal. Owned by Wanda Hicks, trained by Shelley Brown, and ridden to victory by Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:13-4. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6th race. There are no changes. Kicking off late double wagering. They'll go to post in 19 minutes. Club West Gaming Lounge featuring 140 VLTs is open daily from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. Be sure to enter our Spin to Win game every Thursday and Friday for a chance to spin the wheel for up to $100. in Winnipeg's Ultimate Chase, the ace, Richard Y, went to the board and selected a diamond, but it was a 2 of diamonds, so he won himself $25, and the jackpot keeps growing, just under $5,900 in Winnipeg's Ultimate Chase, the ace. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 6. We have a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 5. Stretch, Gold Diggin' Darlin'. Little trouble early, battling it out, but proved much the best in the end.
Yeah, and the speed horses just hung around, so I am now on board that it's a speed-carrying track because, as you mentioned, Gold Diggin' likes to kind of tire, and if anything, it opened up. And so the last 16th. So that kind of tells me the horse is sharp. Don't get me wrong. Absolutely sharp. But the two kind of closed maybe a little bit of non-factor.
Yeah,
but
that was non-factor at the end. So on to race number 6. Do we just go to number 5, Contraband?
yeah, that's a good point, and that's what you kind of have to pay attention to because of just how the track is playing. And certainly at 13-1, you better take note at that. And that's something you've got to adjust as the races go along, is if you're betting lots of closers and it's only front-end speed, you've got to just kind of accept that you've got to change your betting style. So let's talk about the 5, even though it's not our top selection. It is potentially of the controlling speed. There's a few others that could show some speed in here. Shooting Money does have the ability, but when this horse gets brave, you look at 3 back. Yes, it was for 3,500, but some of the same horses in here and could just control it. I didn't think early on when this horse started could get that 5.5 furlongs. Kind of fooled me and won by a nose in there, and then won again at 6 furlongs. So horse has 2 wins at on the front end. The other ones that had some pressure, like last time. We'll see if the horse is declining or just gets brave. It's on the front end.
Yeah, another horse I do like in here, number 4, Freudian Sept, getting great odds at 19-1 right now. Lost by a narrow nose behind Drizzy 2 outs ago. Last time out, I think the 5 furlongs was just a little bit too short as it had rallied again, but lost by a length in the end. Ran a good race going 5 furlongs 3 outs ago for the 35 wide open behind Wits Coco, and also ran a good second behind Contraband. Every race this horse has run has been solid, fits well at this $5,000 level. And Arthur Badu getting on a Murray Duncan horse. Yes, Murray's not having the greatest year with a bunch of seconds and only 4 wins, but he's usually in the 25 to 30% win clip. And Freudian Sip, this horse is just running so well, 17-1. That's an absolute bargain.
Absolutely. The horse does have to sit closer. Last time, we both liked the horse last time, and was just too far back. Did make up some ground. If it's sitting in 7th, I don't think that horse is going to win.
Yeah, that'll be tough to make up that kind of ground.
Correct. I'll go to the 6th, which is is kind of still my top selection. Sorry, Jake. Jake's all over the place with me all over the place. The horse had a terrible trip in the sense of kind of a slow start and then raced wide. Probably ran 5 1/4 lengths just on the lengths lost and everything. I think this horse is right around. This is the distance going the 5.5. Isn't usually that far back. could just be sitting on the flank of the 5, and if that's the case, maybe we've had 2 stalkers stalk on the outside and take over, and that's kind of how I see the 6 winning this race.
Yeah, another horse to look at, number 3, Simple Man. Started off at the $5,000 level with a nice win first time out. Came back, ran second at Dazzling Mischief, who easily went wire to wire in there. Had a little trouble trip next time out. Ran a good second to Yola, who ran absolutely huge on the allowance drop. And then last time out, kind of a bad race. But the drop from 75 to 5 is a big one. Simple Man has already shown that 5.5 is a good distance for him. And 4 to 1, that's a reasonable price.
Yep, absolutely. I'll talk about the horse with the early money and kind of expected. Yes, the horse did beat Nothing last time, but you have to look at last year where this horse was running. And my figures have this horse very competitive at the $5,000 level. So it's not his fault that he beat up on the lower level horses, but I think you certainly have to take note, because if you run back close to those last races last year, he will be very tough to beat.
Yeah, he won 5, made almost $50,000. Number 1, Dan's a Rebel. Here's another one that's running well since arriving at the Downs. Won at first asking in a huge sweeping move on the outside. Next time out, battled, lost by a length. Last time out, just got up in the final strides. This is a horse that tries every time, gets the advantage of the rail, and a jock who just won the last race.
Yeah, for sure. I'll mention the 8 horse on the outside.
The 7?
I'm sorry. Yeah, there's only 7 racing, Kirt. So
okay, I was just checking there.
I'm testing you.
I was going to flip the page and look for number 8.
8's not winning this race, or let's hope not, because I don't have him. The 7, Club Champ. I followed this horse last time, got in an all-out duel. Does cut back. 2 back was a very nice race that got in some trouble. I think
cost you a lot of money.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem.
And I think this horse is maybe a little above his head, but is in a tough spot. I think I'm going to tab him, but he is a very game horse. Those races at Turf Paradise were there. Could be in the mix at maybe 2nd or 3rd.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 6. Stretch, what do you have?
I have a simple, just a $3 exacta box. 2, 4, and 6. I'm hoping somebody presses the 5 or I'm in trouble.
And myself, I like Freudian Sip, so I'm going 10 win, 20 place on the 4. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 6. We'll see you back for race 7. Are on the track for race number 6. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $13,200. Number 1 is Den's a Rebel, owned by Cranky Acres Stable, trained by Shelley Brown with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 2 is Mr. Benz, owned by Ira Donald and King Couture, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 3 is Simple Man, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Freudian Sip, owned by Stewart & Son, trained by Murray Duncan with Arthur Badu. Number 5 is Contraband, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Praven Badri. Number 6 is Shootin' Money, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Winnie Anderson with Tyrone Nelson. Rounding out the field is number 7, Club Champ, owned and trained by Courtney Ross with Neville Stevenson. Post time for race number 6 in 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the boys going 5.5 furlongs. It's a good race. We've got the speed of the race you might have to pay attention to is the longest, well, now 9-1 on the 5. If this horse gets controlling, could steal it. I've landed on the 6 as my top selection because I think he can sit close enough, press, and take over. Last time was a tough trip. If gets a nice cleaner trip and maybe not as wide, should be tough to beat. Don't forget the 4. That's the closer. The big favorite is the 2. Has the back class, runs back to that last race or last year, may just be too good for these. 6-4-2.
Yeah, I do like number 4, Freudian Sip. I'm getting 8-1 right now. Big race 2 outs ago, narrowly denied. Last time out, ran out of ground, going 5 furlongs. Get 6 furlongs today. And I'm loving the odds of 8-1. I also like the 3-horse Simple Man, taking the drop from 7,500 to 5. That's been real dangerous and produced a lot of winners. And I do like the 5 Contraband. Track is playing to speed, so it could wire the field. I'm going to give you 4, 3, and 5. Good luck here in race 6.
time.
Dan's a rebel, the first one to step up and in. Mr. Benz, the current 6-5 favorite, walks right in. It's now Simple Man's turn. Freudian Sip ready to go in. Contraband walks up and in. 2 left to load. Shooting Money. And just waiting on Club Champ to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Contraband quickly goes out and secures the front end by 2 lengths. On the outside, Shooting Money and Club Champ. Settled back on the rail. That's Dan's a Rebel with Simple Man in between horses. Then back another length of Freudian Sip. And the favorite Mr. Benz is the early trailer. 23-1 the opening quarter. It's Contraband on the inside. In between horses, Shooting Money. Club Champ 3 wide. Dan's a Rebel on the rail. Freudian Sip ready to make a 3 wide bid. Then Simple Man. And still back to Mr. Benz is the trailer. They hit the head of the lane. And Contraband has the lead by a length and a half. Dan's a Rebel. Gonna try and have them measured on the outside. Making a rally from the far outside is Freudian Sip. Contraband looking for the wire, but Dan's a Rebel is gonna take it. Contraband second best. Third is gonna go to Freudian Sip. The Stewart's supposed to number 1, Dan's a Rebel. As your unofficial winner, second goes to number 5, Contraband. Third to number 4, Freudian Sip, and a photograph has been called to determine the 4th place finisher. They went the opening quarter 23-1, the half 47-2. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 106-1. Results of the photo show number 6, Shooting Money, finished in 4th. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 6, that's number 1, Danza Rebel. Danza Rebel is a dark bay brown gelding, 6 years old, by Revolutionary, out of the mare's sister Chelsea, by Chelsea's Cat. Owned by Cranky Acres Stable, trained by Shelley Brown, and ridden to victory by Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 106-1. Congratulations goes out to trainer Shelley Brown and jockey Ronaldo Cumberbatch, who team up for the double. Back-to-back winners for trainer Shelley Brown and jockey Ronaldo Cumberbatch. In the upcoming 7th race, Jackpot High Five Wagering, number 4 Livery Man. Please take note, wore blinkers in his last start and will again wear blinkers today. Once again, in this 7th race, number 4 Livery Man wore blinkers in the last start and will again wear blinkers today. Jackpot High Five Wagering here in race 7. They go to post in 21 minutes. Well, after the final race, be sure to head up to the clubhouse where our popular Crazy Hour kicks in. Beer, shots, and wine for just $3.95 and half-price appetizers, plus 140 VLTs ready for action until 1 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 6, we had 2 claims to report. Claim for $5,000, number 4, Freudian Sept, claimed by Silver D Stable, trainer Shelley Brown. Also claimed for $5,000 was number 6, Shootin' Money, claimed by Rick Lowe, trainer Mike Taphorn. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 7. We have an allowance race for 3-year-olds and up that are non-2 lifers. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Number 4, Livery Man, did wear blinkers in his last start. Will again today. Quick look back at race number 6. Shelley Brown, Ronaldo Cumberbatch team up for the double, and Dan's a Rebel. What a great ride, just sitting on the rail behind the speed.
Correct. It clearly shows you've got to be close, and Contraband almost made it on the speed-carrying track. It's back to the golden rail. We've seen a bunch of that.
That was yesterday. The golden rail, and still it's been good today.
Yeah, for sure. Well, you could see how competitive the race was. Pretty much all of them were within 3 lengths or so at the wire. Okay.
All right, on to race number 7, Stretch. Who do you got in here?
Okay, I've started on the 1 as my top selection in here, and I just liked how he ran last time. I expected that. Well, we both expected that after the first start, and just how game a first-time starter was with all the trouble that it battled. Now gets the inside. It's going to have to break a decent. I won't be on the lead. I think it's going to get a nice stalking trip. I'm hoping for a race like in race 6 with the 1. It's not kind of the same stalking trip along the rail. Had to go after the speed last time and just battled and improved a few points. And I think this horse is so lightly raced, it's going to improve a few more points. I also do like after a win. Calvin decided, let's work this horse just to keep this horse sharp.
Yeah, I definitely like this horse also. Another horse I like, number 3, Impressive Sense. I don't know if it works out to the racetrack today, though. Did run a big race, first time with Carreno aboard, lost to Major Shepherd by a head, but was coming like a freight train down the lane. This is a horse we've backed several times and been disappointed with, but I really liked that race last time out. I think its chances are much increased, but I'm not liking the kind of low odds right now at 5-2.
Yeah, low. I agree with you. Low odds and against the bias a little bit. So you better get good value if you're going to take a shot. I think you need like 5-1 on that one. I'm going to go to the dreaded Call the Cops. We know this horse is the right bias here, or the speed favoring, because he's going to be quite close. Dropping from the non-3, yes, it was claiming, but that was a tough claiming race, into the allowance non-2. I think it's more of a lateral move, and go from there. Harry Keep the Change is a speed horse. This horse, there was a rabbit in there that went out for about 2-3 furlongs, and this horse kind of ran evenly. Did have the lead. I like when a horse gets the lead in the race, and I think the horse is right there, actually 4-1. Now they're just teasing me to bet this horse at 4-1 after all the money that I've lost trying to chase because of so many good races. But a lot of races in a short period of time. Still use the 8 as second. Yeah,
a lot of seconds and third stretch. If you hit this horse on the nose, I might be bugging you a little more if he doesn't hit the winner's circle. Another horse I do like in here, I like number 2, Jafafa. Jafafa ran a big race 2 outs ago, got caught late by Daddy's Rare Edition, back in here as a 6 horse. And then last time out, battled every step of the way, and One Sky did get the better. There is other speed in here with the 4 Livery Man and the 9 Forgotten Son, but I think this is a horse that's improving, also very lightly raced, and definitely not out of condition too much going against non-2 lifers.
No, that horse should improve too, and did even improve that much more. My third selection here is is Daddy's Rare Edition. he's kind of up against it a little bit because he is a closer. He has a really sharp work on August 24th, which I really do like quite a bit. This horse did have a bit of the second-itis. See, Kirt, how I notice I have the 8 and the 6 for second and third
I see that.
I would not have them there. It's another good maybe warming up for a show bet or something. This horse does have a decent late kick, has lost to a couple pretty good horses in there. In the mix, but unless the bias changes, we'll be maybe up against it on the win.
Yeah, another horse I liked a lot last time out, number 5, Wit and Whiskey, ran huge 2 outs ago. As Forgotten Son, the 9 horse, went wire to wire. But this horse closed an enormous amount of ground, then moved up to the 10,000 level. I didn't have a problem with that, and the horse didn't either as he got up to win it. But I just think he might be sitting too far back off of really solid fractions today to get the win, but definitely good enough to be in the top 4.
He did look very good that last time. Real nice, strong kick. Got to mention the 9 on the outside. Yes, the horse did win only for 5,000, but that was a very impressive start. And just my figures say that this horse actually belongs in this race. Tough post position to be there, but that was as good of a 5 furlong race and for 5,000 that I've seen in a while. So if you're alive in the pick 4, you're getting 3,200 on that one. But I'm interested to see how well he does in this field.
Another horse to look at, number 7, Oscar the Gulch. Had a good run going early on, breaking the maiden after being narrowly denied. But it's been a little off form as of late. Didn't run bad last time out, only got beat by 3. And to this horse's advantage, will be forward in the race behind the speed. If that speed does back up, you do get a hot jockey in Ronaldo Cumberbatch, who's won the last 2, going for the hat trick. So Oscar the Gulch at 23-1. This horse definitely is playable.
Yeah, should get the stalking trip. And the last one I'm going to mention is the 4. You talked about that did wear blinkers, so that was a good note. Another 23-1 shot. This horse we've talked about change in form. This horse tried to go to the lead last time, has in the past, but really tried last time. I think the horse is going to sit back. It might set this horse up for a price to complete the maybe try or super in there.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 7. Stretch, what do you have?
Just another exactor box. Like I said, these races were very tricky for me, and so it's just a $3 exactor box, 1, 6, and 8. You only got $6 left. Make it $1. 1, 6, and 8.
And myself, I'm going after the tractor. I'm taking the one on top at 2-3-7-8, 2-3-7-8. Then I'm doing the wedge. I'm going to go 2-3-7-8 with 1 with 2-3-7-8. That'll cost you $24. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 7, and we'll see you back tomorrow, 6:45 Central for ASD Live. The horse are on the track for race number 7. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $18,000. Number 1 is One Sky, owned by Sybil Palmer, trained by Cal Britton with Antonio Whitehall. Number 2 is Jaffafa, owned by Pierre Esquirol, trained by Wendy Anderson with Leroy Nelson. Number 3 is Impressive Sense, owned by True North Thoroughbreds and Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Jorge Carreño. Number 4 is Liveryman, owned and trained by Ryan DeJarlis with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 5 is Wit and Whiskey, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Siobhan Bell. Number 6 is Daddy's Rare Edition, owned by Harrington Stables, trained by Mike Taphorn, with Neville Stevenson. Number 7 is Oscar the Gulch, owned by Blair Houston, trained by Maria Stanford, with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 8 is Call the Cops, owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by Elton Dickey, with Praven Badri. Rounding out the field is number 9, Forgotten Son, owned by Risa Harris, trained by Tiffany Husbands, with Chavi and Chow. Post time for race number 7. 4 minutes away.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Boys closing it out, going 6 furlongs. As you can see, a very evenly bet race. Many of the horses in can win out of the 9. So wide open. Let's start with the one who currently is the lukewarm favorite. Ran a great race last time. Battled, pressed, took over late in a nice performance. Lightly raced. I expect improvement. Others to look at is Call the Cops. He's always right there. Battles it. Just doesn't always want to win. Another closer would be the 6. Same type of horse. Who's your place or show horses? Maybe a long shot in here might be the 9 at 11 to 1. 186.
Yeah, Stretch, I also like number 1, One Sky. This horse seems to be improving with every start. Draws the inside, has speed to stalk, and I think has the perfect running style. I also like the 3 horse, Impressive Sense. Impressed me last time out with the rider change. Just got narrowly beat at the wire by Major Shepherd. And another horse, if you're looking at a long shot, maybe the 7, Oscar the Gulch. Go after the hot jockey. Looking for 3 in a row. Good luck here in race 7.
time.
One Sky, the current 5-2 favorite. First into the starting gate for the nightcap. Jaffafa moves in. Next up, Impressive Sense. Liveryman's turn. Wit and Whiskey walks up and in. Daddy's Rare Edition goes in. Oscar the Gulch's turn. Just 2 left to load. The current 5-2 choice. Call the Cops. And just waiting on Forgotten Son to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Breaking slow was Wit and Whiskey. From the middle of the track, Oscar the Gulch goes after the early lead with Forgotten Son to the outside. On the rail, Jaffafa also trying to press early, settled back in fourth. Call the Cops with One Sky and Liveryman running as a pair. Another 2 lengths back, Impressive Sense. Then 3 more to the trailers, Daddy's Rare Edition and Wit and Whiskey. 23 seconds the opening quarter. Jaffafa takes over the lead. In between horses, Oscar the Gulch, 3 wide, Call the Cops. One Sky stalking right behind them, going to be looking for room. The half 46 and 2. They hit the head of the lane, and Jaffafa has the lead. One Sky in between horses. On the outside, Call the Cops. One Sky trying to move into it, and Wit and Whiskey coming with a big run up the rail. Call the Cops. Wit and Whiskey is gonna take it. Blowing up the top board at $52. Second, Call the Cops, close for third. The Stewart's supposed to number 5, Wit and Whiskey, as your race winner. Second goes to number 8, Call the Cops. A photograph has been called to determine the show position. They went the opening quarter 23 seconds, the half 46 and 2. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:13. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 7, that's number 5, Wit and Whiskey. Wit and Whiskey is a dark bay or brown gelding, 3 years old, by Drums of Thunder, under the mare Angry Angel, by Once a Sailor, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to victory by Siobhan Bell. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:13. Results of the photo show number 2, Jafafa, finishing third. Fourth goes to number 1, One Sky. Also, congratulations goes out to trainer Jerry Gorno. That's win number 2. 2 wins for trainer Jerry Gorno. Also, congratulations to jockey Siobhan Bell. He also scores the double. 2 wins for jockey Siobhan Bell. I'll now head up to the clubhouse to enjoy Crazy Hour on the second level. Beer, shots, and wine, $3.95, and half-price appetizers. Racing resumes tomorrow at 7:30.